Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? We've got a lot planned for you. All right, so today what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 parts for today's live stream, and that's pretty standard over here. The first piece of content that we're going to be doing today is we're going to be demonstrating how to do file upload attacks. So this is something that we use in network pen testing all the time. Whenever we encounter a web app and the web app has some sort of upload functionality, we try to weaponize that upload functionality to exploit the system and do all sorts of nefarious hacking stuff. Nefarious is in quotes because we are not bad people and we don't do bad things with our hacking. And we don't encourage anybody else to do bad things with their hacking either. But that's going to be the first part of today's stream. In the second part of today's stream, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little demonstration of how to hack against a Windows target. So people say that hacking against Linux targets isn't as fun because they don't work with Linux from day to day. What they really want to see is they want to see some hacking against some OSs that they actually use. And in this case, that would be Windows. So today we're going to be doing a little demonstration on how to hack a Windows target. And today's Windows target is going to be hosted on the hackmyvm.eu website. And the name of the challenge today is called Simple. So if anybody's interested in joining in with that challenge, what you need to do is you need to go over to this web page that we're supplying in the chat right now, and you need to download the virtual machine that's hosted there. So there's this little button called download. You need to download the virtual machine and host it on your own VM network, and then you can start hacking against it. So all of the challenges over here at hackmyvm.eu are designed to be, these are intentionally vulnerable targets that you download and deploy to your network, and then you hack against them. There's nothing shady about it. It's just doing some hacking practice, and we're doing it against targets that we own, so there's no problem there. All right, so that's the second piece of content for today's stream. And in the third piece of content for today's stream, we're going to be going back to hacking Linux machines. And in this case, we're going to be hacking a challenge called Driftingblues7. So this is a series of challenges that we've been working through. And so naturally, if there's a Driftingblues7, there was a Driftingblues3, 4, 5, 6, and all that other good stuff. If you're interested in taking part with us in this completely free-form hacking challenge, you can go ahead and go to the link that I've supplied to the chat and try downloading and deploying the virtual machine to your own network. All right, so without further ado, let's get into the first piece of content for today's stream, which is learning how to do file upload attacks. We're going to be using TryHackMe for this particular exercise. If anybody's interested in taking part yourself, you can totally use a free account on tryhackme.com and follow along with us. What you want to do is you want to go to this website over here, and this web page over here, and then you want to start deploying your virtual machines. So if you have not joined the machine, there's going to be a button labeled join, and you need to click on that before you're able to access the resources. After you've done that, what you want to do is you want to go up to the top of the web page, and you want to click on this button over here labeled Start Attack Box. So click on that, and that's going to start up a virtual machine that's connected to the TryHackMe network. So after you do that, you're going to see a loading bar over here, and the loading bar is going to take about 2 minutes to finish, but that's fine. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the left-hand side of the page. We're going to scroll down, we're going to click on the task 1 header here, and then we're going to click on the green Start Machine button. So we need 2 virtual machines for today's exercise. We need an attacker machine that we're going to be using to do our hacking, and we need a vulnerable target machine. So click on the green Start Machine button here, and then you're going to see this red banner appear over here. It says Target Machine Information. That's going to take about a minute to start up, but that's fine because the attack box is still initializing as well. If anybody has any questions about what we're going to be doing in today's exercise, you can go ahead and leave those comments in the chat. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can and as quickly as I can. We've got participants from multiple platforms over here. We've got Twitch and we have YouTube, and we also have some people from Kick, although not too many. So we've got a little bit of time before the machines come online. If anybody could tell us where you discovered the stream, I would be very appreciative. So if you discovered the stream from my YouTube channel, or if you discovered it through one of the organizations that I work with, Black Girls Hack, or Women's Society of Cyber or something like this. Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the Cybernerd Dante redeems Hack the Planet. Hack the Planet, Cybernerd Dante. Nice to see you here. And yeah, we're going to have another fun stream. We're going to be demonstrating how to hack Windows machines, and we're going to be doing one of our special free hacking challenges against a Linux box. It's going to be a lot of fun. Cybernerd Dante, if you're wondering, we're doing the Driftingblues7 box today. So if you wanted to try that out yourself, here's the link for you. Okay, so I think our virtual machines have now finished initializing. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this attack box virtual machine on the right hand side over here, and we're going to put it in its own browser tab. So let's see, Cybernerd Dante says, I actually found you on InfoSec streams, and then I saw you on YouTube through Black Girls Hack. Oh, that's great. Yeah, so it looks like people are discovering the channel through different methods. That's fine. So we're going to click into the terminal here, and we're going to hit enter to dismiss the terminal. And then we're going to go to the center of the web page and then go all the way down this button over here. So go down in the middle of the page. There's a button with two arrows pointing out that's labeled View in Full Screen. We want to click on that, and that's going to open up the attack box virtual machine in its own web browser tab. This is what we want. So we have the attack box desktop in full screen, and now is we can start up the web browser inside of the attack box. So the attack box has a web browser. So this is a virtual machine, which means it's a computer inside a computer, and we're going to start the web browser inside the web browser. So we're going to click on this desktop shortcut over here. It says Firefox. We're going to click on it, and that's going to start up the web browser. So in the meantime, while this opens up, I'm going to go over and get the IP address for the target machine. So we're just going to click back into the other tab, and we see this target IP address. This is going to be different for everybody, but I want you to click on the copy to clipboard button over here. It looks like a clipboard on top of another square. Just click on that, and then it'll say copied. What you want to do next is you want to go back to the attack box tab, and you want to click on this little button located in the middle of the screen to the left-hand side. This is the control bar, and unfortunately we can't copy and paste regularly with the attack box. At least you can't with Firefox. I think you can do it with Chrome. But you want to click on this button, which is labeled clipboard, and then in the clipboard you want to click into it and then paste in your IP address. So now that we have our IP address, we can paste this IP address into the web browser. Okay, after we do that, hit enter. And this is going to get us to the login screen of the DVWA app. We're going to be using this app to learn about file upload attacks. So what you want to do after you've put in the IP address and you're on this login.php screen with this login over here, you want to put in the username admin, and then in the password field, you just want to put in the password, PASSWORD. Click on login, and now we're logged in. Okay. So this, so the DVWA darn vulnerable web application. This is basically a little platform for learning about different web app vulnerabilities. So you can see here that there are a bunch of different buttons that lead you to different web pages. So for example, if you want to learn about brute force vulnerabilities, command injection vulnerabilities, SQL injection vulnerabilities, you can learn all of these from this web app. It's actually a great little room for learning about different web app vulnerabilities. So the first thing we want to do after logging in is we want to scroll all the way down, and we want to click on this button over here that's labeled DWA Security. So the reason we want to do that is because the security on this particular app is by default set to impossible difficulty, which means that we can't hack any of the web pages here. So click on the DVWA security button over here, and you're going to see that the security level is currently impossible. Want to scroll down a little bit, and we want to click on this drop-down menu that says impossible, and we want to set it to the low setting over here. So go ahead and click on low, and then click on the submit button. So you'll know that you've successfully changed it when the web page says security level is currently low. Okay, so after that, what we're going to do is we're going to navigate to the part of the website that we want to take a look at. And the part of the website we want to look at is the file upload section. So there's a bunch of buttons here: brute force, command injection, but a few entries down, there's this file upload button. We want to click on that. And then this is the section where we're going to learn about file upload vulnerabilities. So I'll talk a little bit about file upload functionality on web applications very briefly. So basically, web applications, well, not most, but a lot of web applications let you upload files. So you'll find in a lot of cases, if you're able to log into a website with your own account, you can probably upload a picture or some sort of avatar that you can use. For example, on TryHackMe, let's see, I've got my own avatar over here that I uploaded. And whenever you can upload a file using using a web app, there's a potential for abuse of that function. And we're going to demonstrate exactly how over here. So over here it says browse, no file selected, and can upload files to this application. So if you're able to upload files to an application, you could potentially upload malicious files to the application. The most common form of malicious file, well, the most common form. So a very common form of malicious file that's uploaded to web applications is something called a web shell. And Elias the Army, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. On Kick, thank you and welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun little video redeem. And this one is the Nyan Cat. Let me know if this is too loud for you. Okay, so what a web shell does is it allows people to access, it allows malicious users to upload this file called the web shell, and through the web shell you're able to execute commands on the server. So what does this mean? I'm gonna demonstrate. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get a web shell from a certain website. So I've looked up this one over here, and can take a look at this website yourself. It's got this PHP command over here. So the PHP command is going to let us execute commands on the web server using the PHP script engine. So PHP doesn't work for all web servers. The web server has to be running the PHP script engine in order for this to work. But we know that this particular application is running the PHP script engine because the login page for this particular application, the login page was called login.php. So I'm going to go to another tab. I'm going to go to the login and login. Okay, I'll log out. I'll log out here, and now we see that the endpoint here is called login.php. So that's how we know that this particular application runs PHP. So I hope I didn't get logged out on my other tab. Let's reload this. So okay, I got logged out on the other tab as well. I'm just going to log back in. Let's see. Password is password, and the username is admin. Okay, let's go to the file upload page. So we saw the PHP code that we could potentially use for a web shell, and let me go ahead and copy that. So if you want to take a look at this website yourself, you can go ahead and go to the link that was supplied in the chat, And then what I'm going to do, oh, not here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start up a terminal inside the attack box. So on the attack box here, we've got the web browser running. We're going to start up a terminal. So I can just click on this terminal shortcut here. And why is it not up? So the terminal should be coming. Let me double click on that again. Okay. All right, so now we've got our terminal started up here. I'm going to make this nice and big so everybody can see this easily. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a little file here. And the file that we're going to create is going to be the web shell file. So I'm just going to use the nanotext editor, and I'm going to create a file called webshell.php because we're using the PHP language. So now that we're in the nanotext editor, I'm going to paste in the code. But remember, whenever we want to paste something into the attack box, we have to use the control bar over here. So it's the control bar in the middle on the left-hand side of the screen. I'm going to get rid of this and paste in the code. So we copy that code, paste it in, and we close the clipboard. And then in our terminal here, inside of Nano, we're going to paste in that code. And basically what this does is it sets up a web page with a URL parameter. And the URL parameter in this case is going to be the CMD URL parameter. And it is through the CMD URL parameter that we're going to be executing commands. So we're going to save and exit by doing Control X and then Y, save the file, press Enter to save it as this file name. Okay, so now we have our webshell.php file on the server, on our attack box, and then we're going to upload this to the web application. So we're going to go back to Firefox web browser, and then on the file upload page over here, we're going to click on the Browse button, and then we're going to go to Home. And in Home, we should see the webshell.php file here. We want to select it, and then we want to click on Open. Okay? So after that, we can click on Upload. So browse, it should say webshell.php. We're going to click on the Upload button, and then it says this file was successfully uploaded. And it also gives us a file location. So it's // hackable uploads webshell.php. If we want to access this file that we just uploaded, you have to go to this endpoint. So we can just copy the file location here and then go over to the address bar. On the end, after upload here, we're going to paste in the file location, and we're going to hit enter. So we see here that we're actually accessing the webshell.php page, but we don't see anything. That's because there's no actual content, there's no default content to the webshell.php page. What we need to do is we need to execute commands URL parameter, the URL parameter. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the address bar, we're going to go to the end, we're going to add to the end a question mark, and then a CMD, equal sign, and then a command. So question mark CMD equals, and then the command. So I'm just going to ask, who am I? So this is the, so if anybody's wondering what endpoint we're looking at this one right here. I'm just going to paste it into chat. Okay. And hit enter. And the response we get back is www data. So what we've done here is we're now running commands on the underlying web server. So wherever the DVWA web app is running, it's running on a server, so a computer. We're getting that computer to run commands, and then we're going to get the output from those commands, and it's going to send it back to the web app here. So we ask who am I? It tells us the username that we're running as. So we're currently running as the www data user. We can run a lot of different commands through the web shell. So over here, what we can do is we can start playing around with the address bar, and we can start giving different commands. So for example, we could get the contents of the current directory with ls-la, just like this, and it tells us what files are in this directory. So in this directory, there's dvwa email.png and webshell.php. This is probably the upload directory. If we wanted to know what the name of the directory we're in is, we can just go back, and instead of ls-la, we could type in pwd for print working directory, and it's going to tell us that we're in this directory right here, var www html hackable uploads. And we could also see all of the users on the system as well. So we could do, instead of pwd, we would do cat space -etc/passwd. So this is the Linux password file, which is basically a list of all of the users on the system. So we see here that we've got all these different users on the system. So most of these aren't regular users. Most of these are software users. So different services have to have their own user. For example, the www data user is the user that runs the web server, and there would be another user that runs the mail service, another one that runs the SSH service, etc., etc. So we do see one legitimate user here, and it's this Ubuntu user, and we can tell that they're a legitimate user because they actually have a shell. So they actually have a home directory. In this case, it's home Ubuntu, and they have a shell. In this case, it's bin bash. Okay, but anyways, that's all to say that we can run any commands we want to from this web shell, which means we don't. Sometimes this is enough. Sometimes all we want to do is as an attacker, all you want to do is just upload a web shell onto a web server, and then occasionally you can go in and you can snoop around the web server by just running commands from this web page, and it's not going to be, well, it's probably less intrusive than actually logging into the server, but we can actually do that as well. I'll show you how. Okay, so the other type of malicious file that attackers would frequently upload to web applications that are vulnerable like this is what is called a reverse shell. A reverse shell is basically a little program that sends out a command that gives you shell access to the web server. And the reverse shell we're going to use is over here. Let me grab the link. Okay, so to everybody in chat, there's the link for the reverse shell link. Go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to download this file. So if you're on this page here, this file is called php-reverseshell.php. We're going to download this. So we're going to click on this button over here. So at the top of the page, over here, there's this word code. I want to go all the way to the right, and want to select download raw file. So you can click on that. Wait. No, we're not gonna click on that. What we're actually gonna do is we're gonna copy all of the all the code, and so there's a button beside that that is labeled copy raw file. It looks like two squares on top of each other. Go ahead and click on that, and then afterwards we're gonna go back to the attack box. So in the attack box, we're gonna go to the bar again. So it's going to be at the left-hand side in the middle here. Click on the clipboard. In the clipboard, click on clear, and then click into the clipboard again, and paste in all that code you just copied. So it should be a bunch of code over here. After that, close out the bar, then go back to your terminal. And in the terminal, we're going to use nano to create another file. We're going to call this, let's call this reverse shell.php. Okay, reverse-shell.php, hit enter. That's going to bring us into the nano text editor again. From here, we're going to paste in all that code. So right click, paste. Okay. So one thing about the reverse shell is that we need to set up the reverse shell. So a couple of pages down, there are a couple of variables that we need to change here. So we're going to see here set time limit and then a bunch of variables. We need to change 2 of these. So IP here, we need to change this to our attack box IP. So luckily enough, the attack box IP is actually located at the top of the terminal window here. So it says, for me, it says 10.10.194.42. It's going to be something different for you in your case, but just use whatever IP address is there. So I'm just going to edit this. So it's going to be 10.10.1.42. Okay. Okay. After that, oh, we've got an ad in progress on Twitch. Okay, so everybody, during the ads, we're just going to take a little break and watch a bird video. I always like to start up with the bird bath. This is one of my favorite videos. We're just going to watch the birds and we're going to take a little break for about 30 seconds. But enjoy. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to have a little drink. Just a second. All right, looks like we're back. So everybody, I don't want anybody from Twitch or YouTube or anywhere else to feel like they're being left out because the ads are running. So we're not going to do anything except take a little break while the ads are running. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue. All right, so we changed the IP address here to the IP address of our attack box, which we can find over at the top of the terminal here. What we need to do next is we need to set a port to listen on. So here we're going to change the value of the port. We're going to change it to something easy to remember, like 8888, and then we're going to save this file. So when we're using nano, it's going to be Control X, save, press Y for yes, and then hit enter. And then after that, if you do ls, you should see that the reverse shell.php file has been is now in the directory. All right, so let's upload this file. So we're going to go over to web browser. So in the attack box, we need to go back to Firefox web browser, and then we're going to go back to the uploads page. So the uploads page is over here. Okay, so to anybody who's wondering, this is the endpoint we want to look for. It's going to be vulnerabilities upload. There you go. Okay, so from here, we're going to click on Browse, and then we're going to click on the reverse shell.php file. Okay, and then click on Open, and then we're going to click on Upload. Okay, so it says here that this file successfully uploaded, and it also gives us a file path. Remember, we can't take advantage of file upload attacks unless we're actually able to access the file that we upload. So in this case, this is the endpoint. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy it, but before we actually access the endpoint, one thing we need to do is we need to start up a reverse shell listener. A reverse shell listener is basically a little connection on your attacker device that's listening for the incoming connection from the web server. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our terminal over here, and then we're going to run netcat. So netcat, we're going to set up the listener. We're going to do netcat and then dash nlvp and then 8888. So the reason we use 8888 is because we also used the number 8888 when we were setting up the reverse shell.php file. So these two numbers have to match. So we're just going to hit enter to start up that listening device. And then we're going to go over to Firefox web browser here and copy this endpoint. And then over here at the end of the URL, get rid of the hash symbol. Then we paste in the endpoint. When we access this page, the code in the reverse shell.php file is going to execute, and it's going to create a connection to our attacker machine. So just hit enter. We're going to see that the tab for this particular endpoint, it's hanging, which means that it's not completing its load, and that's actually a good sign. If we go over to our reverse shell listener, you'll see that we received an incoming connection from the target server. Target server has this IP address, and it reached out to us on a random port. It's fine. But we see here, if we type who am I, it says we are the www data user. So we've essentially broken into the web server. So from here, we can do all of our usual Linux commands. And it looks like we're in the top level directory. Start snooping around. For example, we can go into the home directory and then take a look and see that there's a Ubuntu user. And go into the Ubuntu users directory, take a look at what's in the directory, and so on and so on. So basically, this is how you can use a file upload function on a web app to gain remote command access to the web server. Okay, so we're gonna go through a couple of extra scenarios before we finish off today's demonstration. If you have any questions about anything that we've done so far, please let us know in the chat, and I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. Remember that when we do these kind of file upload attacks, it's important that we be aware of the software that's being used on the system. So the reason why we used PHP reverse shells and web shells is because this application is running PHP. So if the application was not running PHP, we wouldn't be able to use PHP uploads to compromise the server. And you just have to be aware of what technologies are being used on the web application when you're doing these kind of attacks. Okay, so we're going to demonstrate one more little complication that can arise when you're doing file upload attacks. So we're going to go over to the application that's going to be in the web browser. So in the web browser, we're going to up the difficulty of the room. How we do this is we go down to the DVWA security, and we're going to change the security level. So we're going to change it from low, we're going to change it to medium. So we're going to change it to medium and then hit submit. Okay, so now it should be more difficult for us to do the same thing. What we're going to do is, well, if we just keep our files there, that's kind of like cheating. So what we're going to do is inside the terminal here, we're going to go over to var www HTML directory, and then we're going to go to vulnerabilities directory. I think it's in the upload directory, the upload directory. Actually, no, wait, what? Hold on. I think it was in. You know what? It doesn't really matter. We're just going to recreate what we did before. Okay, so I'm just going to get out of this shell, and because that's kind of cheating as well. Okay, so we've still got our files here. We've got the reverse shell.php here, and we've got the web shell.php, and we're going to demonstrate how to get around some file upload filters. So if we go over to browser here, now that the security level is medium, we're going to go over to the file upload again, and it's going to say we're going to try to upload the same files. So we're going to click on browse. So this is on the file upload button over. We click on the file upload button, go to this page, and then we click on browse. So it's going to ask us what file we want to upload. We're going to try uploading the web shell again, and we're going to click on open. And then we're going to click on upload. We're going to see this error message here. It says your image was not uploaded. Can only accept JPEG or PNG images. So this so the file was not uploaded because the application is now filtering file uploads, and it's only accepting JPEG or PNG images. So there's actually a lot of different ways the web application can filter what kind of files you can upload in this way, but we're going to demonstrate how to get around this in one way. And we're going to try. So we're going to use Burp Suite, and if you're not comfortable using Burp Suite, that's fine. You can just can watch me demonstrate it. We're going to start up Burp Suite Community Edition, and do that. It's going to be in the middle of the desktop, and then to the far right, you're going to see this button right here called Burp Suite Community Edition. Go ahead and click on that. Then this is going to take a couple of moments to load. Then I need to change a couple of settings so that the text is easier for everybody to see. Okay, so here you're going to see this window pop up. You just need to click on the orange next button here, and then click on the Start Burp button. So after that, okay, so Burp Suite is going to start up here. I'm going to make this nice and big so that you can see. By default, the burp text is a bit small. I'm going to go ahead and go into the settings, and I'm going to change that so that everybody can see properly. So I'm going to look up the font, change the font from 11 point to okay. And I'm going to click display and change this font to as well. Okay, and just because I'm a hacker, I'm going to change the theme from light to dark. This is the most important step. And now we have Burp Suite Dark Mode. Awesome. Okay. So there's one more thing we need to do. We need to go into settings and look up a browser. So if you search up browser, you should see this setting here called Burps Browser. Click into that. And then you want to click on this button here under Browser Running. There's a little check mark that says Allow Burps Browser to run without a sandbox. If we're using the TryHackMe attack box, you need to click on this button in order to use the burp browser, which we really want to do. So click on that, and then we're finished with the settings. So we can close the settings, and then we can click on. So this is Burp Suite. If you haven't used Burp Suite before, then that's fine. Let's see. Irfam is now following on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow, Irfam. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a How about we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Welcome to the stream, Urfam. Okay, so if you haven't used Burp Suite before, that's fine. We're gonna go slow, and we're not going to do a lot of fancy stuff with Burp Suite. So what we're gonna do is we're going to, inside of Burp Suite, there are all of these tabs over here. And hello, Urfam, with the hey guys emote. Thank you very much. So there's a bunch of tabs over here that are basically associated with the different tools in the suite. What we want to do is we want to click on the proxy tab over here. So there's dashboard and then target, then proxy. Click on proxy. And what we want to do is we want to click on this button here that's labeled intercept on. If intercept is on, we won't be able to get any traffic from Burp Suite from our browser unless we manually accept the packets, drop the packets, which is very annoying. So click on intercept on and make sure that intercept is off. After that, click on open browser. So it's going to be over here on the right hand side of the screen. Click on open browser, and that's going to start up Burp's browser. So the Burp browser is a web browser that is connected to Burp Suite, which means that anything that we access with the Burp Suite browser will be recorded by Burp Suite, and we can use it to inspect the different requests and responses that we get from the web server. Okay, so this is the Burp Suite browser here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the IP address of the DVWA app from the Firefox browser. So the Firefox browser has this over here, this IP address already. So I'm just going to copy the IP address, and then I'm going to go back to the Burp browser. The Burp browser is this icon right here. It's a Chromium browser. So just click on that icon, and we're going to make this web browser a little bigger. And then we're going to paste in the IP address. Hit enter. We're going to have to log into the DVWA app again. So remember, the username is admin, and the password is PASSORWD, password, then click on login. You're going to need to set do the security settings one more time. So scroll down, and then click on the DVWA security button. Then scroll down, click on the drop-down button that says impossible, set it to medium, and then click on submit. Okay. All right, so after that's done, you'll know that everything's set up when it says security level is currently medium. What we want to do is we want to go back to the file upload section. So on the sidebar, click on the file upload button. And this is the same page that we saw in the Firefox browser. Choose an image to upload here, click on choose file, and then choose your web shell. So click on webshell.php, click on open, and then click on upload. So when we try to upload it, we're going to get the same error message. Your image was not uploaded. You can only accept JPEG or PNG images. That is perfectly fine. What we're going to do now is we're going to find a way around this inside of Burp Suite. So we can click on Burp Suite again. So over on the right hand side, we can click on Burp Suite one more time. And now we see we're in Burp Suite. We want to go to the proxy and then HTTP history tab. So under the proxy tab, there's intercept, and then there's HTTP history. Click on that. And then you're going to see a list of requests. These are all of the requests that we sent to the web app. We're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the list. And over here at the bottom of the list, you should see a post request. So let me go ahead and make this a little bigger. So these are the methods that we used when we were accessing the web pages. When you send information, it's a post request. When you're just getting information, it's a GET request. So go ahead and click on this POST request at the bottom of the list. So this is the request that we sent when we wanted to upload the web shell. You can see the response over here. What we can do in the response is we can actually make this what it would look like if it was inside a web browser. So you're gonna see these tabs over here. There's pretty view, there's raw view, there's hex view, and there's render view. The render view will let you know what this would look like if it was inside a web browser. So go ahead and click on that. And scroll down, it says your image was not uploaded. We can only accept blah, blah, blah. What we're going to do is we're going to replay this request and we're going to modify it in order to get past the file upload restrictions. So request over here in the request portion of the window, we're going to right click and then we're going to select this option right here, which is labeled send to repeater. So go ahead and right click and then select send to repeater. You're going to see the repeater tab inside of Burp Suite light up orange like this. Afterwards, you want to click on the repeater tab up here. And we're going to see the request and the response one more time. So what we can do is we can take a look at what's inside this request that we're sending to web server. So what the web application is filtering on is the content type. So over here in line number 22, so inside here on line number 22, it says content type application x PHP. This is what is actually telling the application the type of file that is being sent. But we can spoof this. We can change this from application x PHP to something that is accepted. I think this accepts PNG files. So it would be, we change the content type from application XPHP to image/PNG. So the content type here, change it to image/PNG, and then we're going to send this again. When we send it again, it comes back okay, but let's see what message we got. So we're going to click on the render view over here, just to make it easier for ourselves. And it says that this file was successfully uploaded. So we were able to successfully upload our web shell by disguising it as a PNG file by editing the content type when we sent the post request. So you can just copy, well, can't copy this. We're going to go back to the pretty view. We're going to scroll down and locate that text. That text is here. Okay. So hackable uploads webshell.php successfully uploaded. We're going to copy this. And then we're going to go to our Burp browser. I can analyze Burp Suite here. Go to the Burp browser. And I'm going to access the web shell that we uploaded. So get rid of the #, paste in the address that we copied from Burp Suite. And remember, this is going to be a blank page by default. We're in our web shell again. We need to append to the end, question mark, and then a CMD, and then an equals, and then whatever command we want. In this case, I'm just going to ask, how about ls-la to get the contents of this directory? Okay, so see here the contents of the directory, webshell.php, reverseshell.php, and basically we can, once again, we can use the web shell to access the system and get it to run whatever commands we want. We can even get the web shell to give us a reverse shell if we set up the listener again. So what we're going to do is, inside the terminal, we're just going to set up our netcat listener and 8888, and then we're going to look up a reverse shell and maybe so here's another thing. What I like to do is I like to use this convenient website called revshells.com. If anybody's wondering, this is it over here. We're actually kind of running out of time, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be spending a couple more minutes on this anyways. Okay, thank you very much for following 3D Prema. Thank you very much. So over here in the reverse shell generator, we need to supply an IP address and a port. So we're going to use port 8888. The attack box, I need IP address for the attack. So for anybody who's wondering, the IP address for the attack box is actually located in the address bar as well. So I can just copy that, go to shells.com, paste in the IP address, and then specify the type of reverse shell command we want to get. I like to use this BusyBox one over here because it's usually successful. There are not too many systems that don't have BusyBox enabled. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to go to toolbar and paste that in. Okay. Then I'm going to close and then in Burp Suite browser. Oh, was this the Burp Suite browser? Wait, in the regular Firefox browser. Okay, let's give the command from the web shell that's going to give us reverse shell access. So cmd equals, we delete what's already there, we paste in a reverse shell command, hit enter, and we see this hangs one more time. We're going to go back to our terminal. In our terminal, we received a connection. We ask who am I? It says we are www data, so we basically have a shell access to the system. Mr. Crumb says maybe a nice intermediary step between cmd equals ls and revshell might be to do a ping to your machine. Okay, yeah, we can definitely do that. So Mr. Crumbs has suggested that we can ping out from the victim machine to our attack box. So we can do that. Let's go ahead and go to our Firefox command over here, our Firefox browser. And in the web shell, we're going to do ping with C4 to our attack box IP address over here. Okay, after that, we're going to hit enter. We're going to wait for a couple of seconds, and then we received this output over here. So the ping output to our attack box IP, we received 4 ping packets, which means that that this target machine was able to ping out to our attack box. Mr. Crumb says, I mean, before you attempt the rev shell, it would help you ensure that the victim can reach you. Let's see. Since you're doing a lesson format, I thought it might be a nice middle step. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right, Mr. Crumbs. Thank you. Yeah, well, we should make sure that in this kind of scenario, we want to make sure that the machines can talk to each other before we try to before we try to compromise them. But yeah. All right, so it looks like we're just about out of time. It says machine expiring soon. We only have about an hour with these machines, and we're just going to get out of here. If anybody is looking to learn more about file upload vulnerabilities, I recommend this TryHackMe. Let me look it up. Terminate machines first. Okay, I'm going to terminate these machines and recommend a room to look at if you want to do more file upload stuff. Okay, it's the 25 days of Christmas, I think. 25 days of cybersecurity. So this is a room that I think it's from like 2020. It's from a long time ago. But in day number 1, they talk about file upload attacks. So I'm going to give you a link for this room. So if you're interested in learning more about file upload attacks, this is another free room from TryHackMe.com where you can learn about it. Oh wait, is this? Oh no, it's not. It's not day number 1. It's probably day number 2. Yeah, it's day number 2. So if you're looking to do more file upload attacks, you can go ahead and try this room over here. Learn cyber in 25 days, and it's the task from day number 2. All right, so we've got more ads running on Twitch right now. So we're gonna watch. We're gonna take a little bird break and have a little bit of water. So here you go, everybody. We'll be back in about a minute or so. If anybody has any questions or any comments about any of the stuff that we did, please let us know in the chat, and I'll try to answer your questions as soon as I can. Now that we're going to be transitioning into another part of the stream, I'm going to start playing some music. And if anybody finds the music a bit too loud or a bit too distracting, please let me know, and I'll try to accommodate everybody. But one of my favorite game series is the XCOM series. If you I don't have enough time to play XCOM anymore, but I sure do like listening to the music, and I hope you do too. Okay, so hopefully the music doesn't get too loud, but let me know if it does, and I'll fix it. Okay, so everybody, that was our demonstration for how to do file upload attacks on tryhackme.com. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we did, please let us know, and if not, then music could be 5% lower. Okay, let me lower it by 5%. I'm going to eyeball this. Okay, that should be about 5%. All right, so we're going to move on to our next portion of today's stream. In the next portion of today's stream, we're going to do a demonstration hacking exercise against a Windows target. So we're going to be hacking Windows, and the challenge, in case you want to join in with us, is going to be located over here. This is the simple challenge, and you'll find that everybody's interpretation of simple is a bit different. For some people, this could be a very, very difficult challenge. But anyways, let's get the challenge going. So the first thing we need to do is we need to start up the virtual machine associated with the challenge. It is currently powered off. I've taken the liberty of deploying the machine to my network. Let's see. User on YouTube says, if you go to the other platform, try to explain how and what to do with your local Kali today. I won't follow, but I'm hoping to follow in the very close future to shadow what you are doing. Explain how and what to do with your local Kali. I'm not sure. Could you elaborate on what you want me to explain? I'm happy to explain, but I'm not too sure what you're asking for. Okay, so we've got our Windows machine running over here. This is the simple machine, and it's currently on my network, so we're going to start doing some hacking against it. So the demonstration starts now. This is a guided walkthrough for the simple machine challenge thank you very much for following on Twitch, versus Kitso Renikiv. please let me know how to pronounce your name, and I'll try to pronounce your name properly. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's see. X9 says, you download any VM from the site, and what are you doing? Are you talking about the previous exercise, or are you talking about this exercise? So this exercise is the simple challenge from hackmyvm.eu. What you need to do this challenge is you need to download and deploy this VM, this Windows VM, to your VM network, along with your Kali Linux VM. So this VM and the Kali Linux VM have to be on the same network, and then we can hack against it. Mr. Crumb says, they might be asking how you deployed the VM on my own network. Okay, so the V's are placeholders for the old XBL gamer tag. So it's schizophrenic. Okay, thank you very much. Might begin to mention how to use VirtualBox. Okay, so I can't exactly take the time to talk about how to use VirtualBox in this demonstration, but I do have a video on how to install VirtualBox and create a Kali Linux VM. And let me just grab that video. So if you're interested in learning how to install VirtualBox and get your own Kali Linux VM, I have a video over here. I'll just get in the chat. Go. Okay. So we've got so the two machines. Oh, okay. I need to do my intro again. Hold on. Here. No. Here. Okay. So this is a this is a guided walkthrough for the simple challenge from hackmyvm.eu, and let's begin the challenge. So simple is a Windows machine, and we're going to learn how to do how we do enumeration against Windows machines, how to locate them on your network, and how to scan them. Okay. So over here. So we're going to be working with a number of different terminals over here. So I'm going to create a couple more. I'm going to keep these full screen just so it's easier to see. Some PHP files. Let's get rid of stuff. Start Start up PHP files. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to locate the machine on our network. Mr. Crumb says this might be a useful Medium article for the YouTube user. Yeah. Oh wait. Okay. All right. Mr. Crumbs has dropped a link, and I don't know if the YouTube users are able to see that. I'm gonna grab the link and I'm gonna post it to everybody as well. So if you're still watching on YouTube, you might find this article handy. Thank you very much, Mr. Crumbs. Okay, so to locate the machine on our network, what we need to do is we need to use nmap, and we need to give it a IP range. So in this case, to figure out what our IP address is and what our IP range is. So the network we're on is this one over here. So we're just going to scan this IP range, and we're going to figure out where the machine is that we want to hack against. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the machine that we want to look at is this one over here at 117. I think our machine is located at 116 over here. And for some reason I'm not exactly sure why we have two IP addresses, but it looked like we had two IP addresses over here. No prefix route on dynamic, and there's a secondary one as well. I think we can use this one for our IP address. Anyways, okay, let's do our nmap scan. So we're going to do our nmap scan against the target. The target is going to be located at 117. we're going to give these arguments over here be threads, and it's going to be very verbose, and we're going to get information as well as common scripts against whatever services we find with these arguments over here. So after that, we're going to run the nmap scan, and we're going to get immediate results because we gave this very verbose flag over here. If we don't do this, we will not receive any output from the program until it finishes scanning. So over here, we've located, we've identified a number of openings on this Windows machine. So port 139, port 135, and port 445 are all very commonly open ports on Windows servers. So 139 and 445 are both associated with the SMB service, and 135 I think is associated with the NetBIOS service. But anyways, now that we know that there is indeed SMB, this service on the Windows box, we can start doing some enumeration against that. What we can also do is enumeration against port 80 over here, which is which commonly has the HTTP service running. So Mr. Crumb says, I often do min rate 10,000 just to smash it out. I don't think we're not, I mean, Nmap is going to run pretty fast because both of these machines are on the same network, so the ping is going to be, is not going to be very much, but I appreciate the hint. Thank you very much, Mr. Crumbs. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the web page and see what's going on over there, over on 80. So this is the IP address. So let's copy that, and then let's go over to our web browser. So we're in our web browser. Let's go ahead and navigate to that page. Okay. So it says here, coming soon. I'm not sure what language this is. Maybe it's just a typo. Okay, but what else we see on the website is that there's a number of usernames over here. It says, thanks to the work team, Free, Marcos, Lander, Bogo, and Viper. So with this information, what we can do is we can start piling a little list of users on this target. So we're gonna copy this this list of names, and then we're gonna go over to another tab, and we're gonna create a little users list. So we're just gonna use nano, and we're gonna create a file called users.txt. So inside of nano here, I'm going to format this so that we can use it as a usernames list, just like this. And then we're going to save the file. Okay. So now that we have the file saved, we can actually do some enumeration with the netexec program. So the netexec program is basically a very, very powerful tool for enumerating Windows servers. So netexec is a program that can be used to enumerate all sorts of things on Windows servers. You can use the netexec command, or you can just abbreviate it to nxc. And what we're going to do, what we're going to do here is we're going to scan against this IP address here, and we're going to scan against the SMB protocol. And we're going to try to log in to the SMB service with every name on the users.txt list. And as the password list, we're going to also use the users.txt list. What this does is that it uses it's basically going to use the username as the password. So we had so we would use username Rui and password Rui, username Marcos and user Marcos, username Lander and password Lander, etc., etc. You'll find that sometimes usernames use their username as the password, and this is the type of vulnerability we're trying to exploit here. So along with this command here, we're going to specify that this is not a brute force attack. We're only going to try one password per user, and we're also going to continue on success, which means that if we find a successful username and password combination, we're just going to keep on going. So with netexec, we're going to scan the SMB service on this IP address, and we're going to try to figure out if any of the users have used their username as their password. So let's run the command. And we found that most of these came back unsuccessful, except for this one. So on this server, the simple server, the username BOGO and the password BOGO are, these two are valid credentials. So what we can do next is we figure out what access BOGO has. So we're going to do the same thing. Well, we're not going to do the same thing, but we're going to continue to use netexec, but this time we have a valid username and password. So it's going to be username BOGO, password BOGO, and this time we're going to use netexec to figure out what shares are available to this user. So the SMB service is a file sharing service, which means that if a user has a user account, they might have access to certain file shares. So this command is going to let us know what file shares BOGO has. Okay, so over here, this is the file share information. So we've BOGO has read access to the IPCS share. This is for printers, I'm pretty sure, but they also have access to the logs share over here. They've got read access. There's also a web share, but we don't have access to that as the BOGO user. So what we can do from here is we can try to look into the logs file share and figure out what files are in there. So we're going to use a separate program to access the logs share. What we're going to do is we're going to use this program right here. It's going to be BOGO. So SMB client, as the user BOGO, we're going to try to access this IP address and this file share right here, logs. So we're going to run the command. It's going to ask for the password. So the password for BOGO is BOGO, conveniently enough. And now we're in SMB. So now that we're in the SMB service, we can use dir to get all the files in here. And we see that there's only one file in here. This is I think this is a date. So this is 2023, September, maybe? September 8th? That's what I'm going to guess. So this is some sort of log file. And we have access to this. We could probably download it. So to download this file, we would use this command. It was going to be get and then the name of the file. So remember, when you're using SMB client, you can actually do file name autocomplete with tab. So that's very convenient. So we're going to get this file, download it, and there's nothing else in here, so we're just going to exit. So exit program. And we're going to see that log file is here. So to read it, I'm just going to cat this file out and see over. Okay, so we get some information. So permission denied, localhost, web. Cannot find this path because it doesn't exist, and a couple of other error messages as well. But down here, see this command being used. Net use, localhost, web, user Marcos, and then some sort of password over here. So the password is inside the log file for this user Marcos, and we actually saw Marcos in the list over here. So this is probably a legitimate user, and we have their password now. Okay, so what can we do with this information? We can log in as Marcos now, or rather, we can enumerate what kind of access they have. So Marcos, we're just going to copy this username, and we're going to run netexec again. So netexec, we're going to run the same command, but this time we're going to run it as Marcos, the super password, and we're going to find out what shares Marcos has access to. So we run that command, and we see that Marcos has different commands. So we were able to successfully access the Marcos account with the super password, and we see here that they have access to the logs directory, the logs file share rather, and they also have access to the web file share, and they have read and write permissions. So not only can they read and download files from this file share, they can also upload files to this file share. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's go over what kind of vulnerability this is. Here. Okay, so this is an SMB file upload into web server access vulnerability. So if we're able to access an SMB file share with write access to a web accessible directory, and we're assuming in this case that's the case, we could leverage these two conditions to gain remote command execution on the server. And because this is a Windows web server, it's likely able to execute code written in .asp or .aspx files. So we can prepare such a file for upload. So I've got one particular shell that I'm going to be using for this this Windows web server. At the link. So if anybody's wondering what the link is for the shell that we're going to be using, hey, and this actually has something to do with the file uploads attacks that we were talking about earlier. Let's access this here. Okay, so this is the reverse shell that we're going to be using to access the target. And what we need to do is we're just going to copy this this code from the web page, and then we're going to go back and we're going to create a file with nano called shell.aspx. So inside this shell.aspx, we're going to paste in all the code we got, GitHub repository over there, and we're going to change a couple of variables. So string host, we need to change this. We need to change this to our own host IP address. What was that again? I need to look that up. I think we should be using this one. Okay. Here? Okay. So string host, we have to change out this IP address. And then for the port, I like to use port 443. Okay. So from here, we're going to save out the file because we've changed the two variables that we need to, which is the IP address and the port. We're going to Control X to save and exit. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to access SMB as the Marcos user. So it's just going to be SMB client. We're going to access the web file share as the Marcos user. It's going to ask us for the password. It is super password. And then from here, see that when we use SMB access, see the index.html file here. So if we wanted to be super sure that we had file upload access to this to the web accessible directory, we could create something like a test file. Maybe we would do echo HackerFrogs like and subscribe, and we're gonna output that to a file called test.txt. Okay, and we can try uploading this. So in our SMB client over here, we're going to put test.txt, and it says we were able to put the test.txt file in here, we can try to access this from the web. So from the web, on the simple website, we're going to access the endpoint test.txt, and we get this. We were able to successfully upload this file, test.txt. It says HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, so now that we know that we have file upload capability, we're going to set up a reverse shell listener on another tab. So another tab here. So I've learned to use the RL wrap command along with netcat, especially when I'm doing Windows CTFs. So RL wrap is basically a little utility that gives your shells a little more functionality. When you use RL wrap with netcat with a Windows reverse shell, you're able to do command history, and you can also move around inside the CLI, which is a little bit more convenient when you're using a bare bones netcat shell. But anyways, it's going to be RL wrap netcat NLVP 443, and this is going to set up the netcat listener. So from there, listener is here and it's listening. We're going to upload the shell.aspx file with SMB client. You can clear. I can't clear. I can CLS. I can't CLS either. Okay, so we're just going to put shell.aspx, and that's going to upload the file. So we should be able to access shell.aspx from the web root, because this directory also has the index.html file. So we're just going to go over to web browser, and instead of test.txt, we're going to access shell.aspx. Okay. So when we execute this, when we navigate to this page, we're going to see that the web browser tab is hanging, which means we probably have code execution. So let's take a look at our reverse shell listener. So the reverse shell listener was able to pick up a shell, and we see here that we got a connection from the target server. It's great. If we ask who am I, it says we are IIS app pool, default app pool. So this means that we have to do our bit where we play as Scary Hacker Voice Man. Alright, Scary Hacker Voice Man, please come out.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out whenever we break into a server, and we've just broken in. Huh. Well, you decided that it would be okay for your weak password users to be on the system, huh? With SMB access to web directories? Well, that was a big mistake. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Alright everybody, so now we're in, and we are the IIS app pool user. The IIS app pool user is usually the default user for web applications. So whenever you catch a reverse shell using some web application vulnerability, this is the user that you usually get the access to. So what can we do to elevate our privileges? So from here, what we want to do is we want to elevate our privileges until we have the privileges of the highest access user. That's usually going to be an administrator or the system authority user. So one of the first things we can do to figure out what privileges we have is we can give this command right here, whoami/priv. So after we do that, we're going to see that we have these different privileges on the system. So most of these are not super important privileges, but there's one very important privilege that we have here, and this is usually a privilege that is associated with the IIS users, and this is the SE impersonate privilege. So what is this privilege? So we're going to talk about what this privilege does. X9 says, "You are so fun to watch, and I'm learning, and you are learning a lot." Well, thank you very much. I was surprised to hear that you're a bit hesitant, but thank you very much for letting me know that that you're learning by watching the stream. So, what is this vulnerability here? What is this access, rather? So, we're talking about privilege escalation. So, SE impersonate privilege is a pretty common privilege escalation vector in Windows machines, and the SE impersonate privilege is a feature which allows a user to perform commands in the context of other users. So we can kind of think of the SE impersonate privilege as something like either the sudo command or SUID binaries. So this privilege is typically associated with service accounts like the IIS SQL Server and administrator accounts. And using SE impersonate, attackers can elevate privileges to system or administrator level either through token theft and or named pipes. So, oh, okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So during the break, we don't do anything, but we're gonna watch some bird videos. So we're gonna take it's only gonna be about 40 seconds at this point. So please enjoy the birds. I'm gonna have a little bit of water. Just a second. Okay, so I think we're back. So what are we talking about? Token theft or named pipes? So it's a bit complicated to explain right now. All you need to know is that using the SE impersonate privilege, we can use the tokens of higher level users on the system. And we can also take advantage of input streams of other users or services. And this is how we elevate our privileges using the SE impersonate privilege. Robotech83 says, hello, Robotech83. I remember you from last stream. Nice to see you back. Vladimir Volkov. Hey, hi, chat. Vladimir Volkov says, hey, Shy Hat, I'm back. Thanks for sharing. All the little Linux tips are helpful. Well, thank you very much. If you're learning stuff, I like to hear that because this is an education stream, and if people are learning, then I am happy. Okay, so we're going to talk about a very common family of exploits on Windows systems, and this is called the potato exploits. And the potato family of Windows exploits are all going to leverage the SE impersonate privilege in different ways to achieve elevated access on Windows targets. So there are a lot of these potato exploits, and the potato exploits, well, there are potato exploits out there called Juicy Potato and Rogue Potato and Rotten Potato and all sorts of different potatoes. And the difference between these different potato exploits is it's pretty subtle, but they mainly come down to Windows patching different vulnerabilities that take advantage of these potato exploits take advantage of, and then they have to create a new potato exploit to take advantage of the vulnerabilities in new Windows operating systems. Okay. So which potato exploit to use on a target largely depends on the version of Windows being used, and in this case, we're going to be using the dead potato variant. So dead potato is a fairly modern version of the potato exploit, And let me get the GitHub repository of Dead Potato. There you go. And here you are. Okay, so we're going to go over to the GitHub repository with the potato exploit. Okay, this is the repository. We've got Dead Potato here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over and I'm going to get the binary, and that's going to be in the releases. I'm just going to click on releases, and let's see, Dead Potato net4.exe. Okay, I'm going to copy this link, and then I'm going to download it to my Kali Linux box. So Kali Linux, here I am. I'm going to wget that binary. Okay, so we've got the Dead Potato file here, and we're going to upload it using SMB. Because we have SMB access, we might as well use that access to upload this this exploit file. So here in the SMB client, I'm going to put Dead Potato net4.exe. Okay, so now the file is over here. All we need to do is we need to execute this. So we're going to go over to here where we have our access to the Windows box, and we need to go over to the web root of this particular web application. That's going to be in the C inetpub directory over here. So we're going to cd into inetpub, and we're going to go into www root. This is going to be the root of the web application. Okay, and here we see Dead Potato net4.exe. This is what we're going to use to get take advantage of the SE impersonate privilege that our current user has, which is the IIS app pool user. So Dead Potato can do a few different things, and in this case, what we're going to do with Dead Potato is that we're going to get it to run a reverse shell command. So because we're going to get it to run a reverse shell command, we need to set up another netcat listener. So over here in Kali Linux, we're just going to do rlwrap again, and we're going to use port 443. Remember that when the listener gets a connection on port 443, port 443 becomes available again to use. So you can use the same port over and over again, and that's not really an issue. So let's start up another netcat listener on 443, and then here I can clear. We're just going to use deadpotato.exe. So the command is going to be deadpotato.exe. Wait, it's not called Dead Potato. It's called Dead Potato net4.exe. And we're going to get it to run a reverse shell and call out to target 190 this one. And I think I'm 116, and we need to specify a port. In this case, it's 443. So, in case anybody's wondering what this command looks like, it looks like this. Okay, so we're going to run the command, get our banner for Dead Potato, and we need to take a look at our reverse shell listener. So initiating procedure as NT authority. Is impersonation possible in current context? Yes. Currently running as user NT authority system. Elevated process started with PID 1940. Okay. So we go over to our reverse shell listener and we got a connection. They'll connect from here. If we ask who am I, it says we are NT authority system. Awesome. So we've rooted the box because we have the highest access. NT authority system is the highest level user on a Windows system, and we can do this redeem here.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Alright, so all we need to do now is we need to collect our flags. So on any of these CTF boxes, the goal of the exercise is to go into the administrator or the root user's directory and to read the flag files. So I'm just going to go into C users administrator. Can I not? Hold on. The authority system. Okay, I'm gonna go into C users, and oh, it's not an administrator. This is a Spanish version of Windows. So the administrator is not an administrator, but an administrador. Okay, so we can move into the administrador directory. And then we can go into their desktop. And we've got the root.txt flag in here. So I'm not going to directly read the root.txt file because it's kind of impolite to read flags on live streams or videos. What we're going to do instead is we're going to .txt file and output it into a file called iread.txt. And we see here, because we were able to create this iread.root.txt file, and it has the same file size as the root.txt file, we can effectively say that we did read the root.txt file and we've completed the exercise. Alright, so that was a guided walkthrough for the simple challenge from the HackMyVM platform. And if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so that's just my YouTube intro and outro. I need to record these because I need to turn these into YouTube videos eventually. But thank you very much to everybody for watching. If you have any questions about what we were doing when we were doing our enumeration of this particular box, please let us know. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. I know that Windows hacking and Linux hacking, it can feel like night and day. Let's see, watching on YouTube, we have Discord. All clear, thank you. Thank you very much. Thani? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. If you let me know how to pronounce your username, I'll pronounce it properly. And X9, how do you pronounce your name? Please let me know how to pronounce your name so I can pronounce your name properly. If you guys are wondering how to reach us, HackerFrogs, we have a Reddit page. Oh, Reddit. Reddit.com /HackerFrogs over here. So if you're also wondering about our streaming schedule, we publish our streaming schedule every week. We usually have the topics that we're talking about there, as well as times when we're doing our live stream. So in case you were wondering, you can find all that information over here on our subreddit. Unfortunately, we don't have a Discord up right now. We might be doing a Discord in a few months, but we really want to make sure that we really need to make sure that we set up the Discord server correctly, and I don't want to do that until nice and ready. But thank you very much for. Okay, what were we doing? Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to into our third part of today's stream. For the third part of today's stream, we're going to do a free hacking challenge. And what do we mean by free hacking challenge? What we mean is that we haven't done this hacking challenge before, so we're going to be going into it for the first time. And the challenge that we're going to be doing is this challenge right here. It's called Driftingblues7. So this is a series of challenges that were all made by the same guy. This person is a big fan of blues music, and there's a theme of blues musicians in these challenges. So we're going to be taking a look at this. We have not solved this before. We might get stuck. Blessed Joe, thank you very much for following on Twitch. And let's give you a fun video redeem, because we haven't done one in a while. Why don't you have 4 games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
So if anybody's watched that movie before, please let us know in the chat. I have not actually seen that movie, but everybody says that it is awesome. So I should really get around to watching that. Okay, let's start the challenge. Actually, you know, I should shut down my previous challenge here. I got the simple machine running here. Let's shut it down. Ayanashi says, "Hello, Shy." Hello, Ayanashi. Nice to see you here. And yeah, so Ayanashi is one of my first viewers, and nice to see that they are still sticking around. Awesome. All right, so we've got our. So here's a conundrum, everybody. So here. We've got the information for the Drifting Blues machine because I started up the virtual machine. It says here that it gives us a an IP address. I want to use the IP address because the IP address, you know, makes my life easier. But it also gives us the domain name. So should I pretend that I know this domain name, or should I try to find out the domain name and then use that information? Jobin SD, hello, and thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a fun video redeem as well. How about you have a Nyan Cat? All right, so I'm gonna try to get this domain name by myself, and I'm not gonna use this information ahead of time. Okay, let's start the challenge. So this is Driftingblues7. I have not tried to solve this challenge before, so we're gonna go into this for the first time. BL Trade says find the domain name. Okay, I'll try to find the domain name. All right, let me set up my environment here. I gotta this terminal is unresponsive. Okay, set that one, set that one. Don't need this anymore. Set this one. Okay, so I know what the IP address is here. So it's 103. Yeah, it's 103. So 10.02.103, and we're gonna run our nmap scan. We're gonna try to find all of the ports. We're going to run it very fast, but not too fast, and we're going to get common scripts and versioning information for all the services we find on very verbose mode. Okay, there are a whack of different ports on here. So we've got port 80, port 3306, which is MySQL. 111, I'm not too sure what that is. Port 22 is SSH. So this is SSH. 443, this is HTTPS, which means that we have HTTP with security. Port 66, I don't know what this is offhand, and I'm not too sure what these two ports are either. So we're gonna have to wait for the nmap scan to come back to identify what services are running on these ports we don't know about. But we can start by doing some enumeration on port 80 first. I'm just going to go into another tab, and let's do Nikto. And maybe Nikto can tell us something about the web page on port 80. We already have some very interesting information here. So we've got Perl, and we've got an Apache server. Okay, I'm going to go to another tab, and I'm going to start up our Derb. So Derb is it's a pretty old web app directory buster. but sometimes it can find good stuff. It doesn't find anything. Not stable, unable to determine correct URLs. Okay, so everything is redirecting. So that's not a very good. That's not very good for us. Okay, let's try GoBuster. So GoBuster, and let's try some. So Apache's running, so there's probably PHP. Let's look for zip files. Let's look for HTML files. Let's look for back files. What else can we look for? XML files, TXT files. If anybody has any other suggestions for file extensions to look for, you can go ahead and let us know. Actually, there's MySQL on this box as well, so maybe DB files or SQL files. Okay, let's look for all these files. Okay, so server returns status code that matches the provided options for non-existing URLs. So length 239. To continue, please exclude the status code for the length. Let's see. Vladimir Volkov says, what scenarios would Responder be good to use in? So Responder is usually a tool that you use after you have initial access. So after you have initial access, you would run Responder and then try to pick up credentials provided by other machines that are communicating with the machine that you broke into. So usually it's a tool that you use after you already have initial access. I hope that answers your question. But Responder is a very important tool for doing Windows network pen testing. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to omit the length 239. So how do we do that again? Let me look that up. GoBuster, filter on response size. Unable to exclude on response size. Filter by content instead of status code. Look at the GoBuster cheat sheet. Content length, okay. With content length. Wait, where is it? L, okay. BLT trade says PHP, HTML. Okay. Oh, JS, right. JS is a pretty good. Joe IP. Eggs. I've done this before. Just forget syntaxes. It's expanded, follow readings. Include length. Maybe I should just ask. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm trying not to ask ChatGPT every time I have a question, but sometimes it's faster to use ChatGPT. GoBuster. Responses. A specific. Okay, exclude length option. Great. Hopefully, ChatGPT is correct and not hallucinating right now. So exclude length 239. Okay, so let's add JavaScript to that list. Oh. This is not great. Okay. So what we need to do first is we need to figure out exclude length 0. Exclude length 0. O results.txt. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to figure out a valid, what's valid on the system first. So let's go to the website. Potential security risk ahead. Oh, this defaulted to HTTPS. Wait, let's just go to the HTTP version. Oh, this redirected us to HTTPS. Okay. Let's see. Let's advanced. Accept risk and continue. So this is called Eyes of Network. Okay. So we've discovered the domain name because over here there's a link that leads to eyesofnetwork.com. So now that we have a network, now that we have a domain name, we can associate the domain name with this IP address, and we can have it resolved correctly. So let's go ahead and edit our etc. host file. What version is that Eyes of Network? Version? So it says GPL license sponsored by this. I'm not sure if Eyes of Network is a piece of software or not. But what we need to do is we go into our sudo nano etc. hosts. So I'm just going to go into here, and I'm going to... Okay, so this is 102.0.2.3, and this is the eyes of network.com. And it actually says domain meow meow. Yup, we have a domain. So let's save this out. So we actually haven't done very much domain enumeration in a while, so this is refreshing. Okay, so let's go to domain of network.com. Did I misspell that? Or did I misspell it in the etc. host file? No, it's Eyes of Network. Okay. Potential security risk ahead. Okay, we can accept risk and continue. Okay, awesome. Okay, so got let's take a look at the source code. Yeah, Joban SD. Let's take a look and see if we see anything suspicious here. Okay, we've got CSS directories. I don't... This is login.php. Joban SD says, where there is a web application running, I normally try to find the version and look up CVEs for it. Did you press F12 to look at that? Yeah, you can press F12 to look at that. No, this is that F12 is a different thing. I'm using Firefox right now, but I think I did Control U. Control U is the keyboard shortcut. It usually works for a lot of different web browsers. So Eyes of Network, username, password. Let's try SQL Engine. Okay, that didn't work. Control Shift I on Firefox. Okay. Man, my voice. Okay, hopefully my voice is up. So eyesofnetwork.com. Okay. So it looks like we have to We have to enumerate the HTTPS page instead of the regular HTTP page. So let's go back to our tabs. And let's try enumerating HTTPS eyesofnetwork.com. Okay, and let's do the same thing with our out of here. Let's do the same thing with our Ghoster. So it's eyes of network. Okay. So certificate has expired and is not yet valid. So we need to find ignore certificate cluster. So what was it again? Cluster. Good. So I think it's -K. So let's try -K. Okay. This is a lot of... So 302 probably is not... This is probably not valid stuff. But there is a logout.php. You should probably just pay attention to the 200 status. Side.php 500. Okay. But another thing we can do is we can do subdomain enumeration, which I haven't done in a while. So I wonder if I still remember how to do it. So let's take a look at the Nmap. So we got port 22, that's normal. Port 66 is another HTTP page. HTTP simple server. This is... Okay. This is Python. All right. Let's take a look at we have port 80, right? It's port 111 RPC bind. Okay. Port 443. We have ports 2403 Taskmaster 200. I have no idea what this is. We've got MySQL running on port 3306, and we've got another HTTP page, a regular HTTP page on port 8086. This is some unusual stuff over here. Okay, so what did I copy? What I want to do is I want to... Wait, what was this? Oh, this is for challenge. I want to search exploit. HTTP simple server. Okay. HTTP simple server 6. This is has got to be vulnerable because this is so first of all, this is Python 2, and Python 2 I've been told that the simple HTTP server on Python 2 is not secure. So I should probably check that out. What was that port? Was 8086, I think it was. So this thing right here. But we need to check out this port. Check that out. Okay, so it's 10.02.3. This 404 not found. 404 not found. Let's try curling it. Is 8086, right? InfluxDB. InfluxDB. Okay, I'm tempted. Okay, let's try curling this page. HP 1.1, 04 not found. Oh, so this is how we figured out. Found. I guess we could fuzz against this. Okay, let's try fuzzing this. So first of all, let's try derb. Looks like derb isn't gonna have on anything. Oh wait, it found ping query. Is this an API? Code 400, code 204. What is code 204? HTTP. HTTP. 204 is no content. What is the difference between HTTP 200 and 204? Okay. So we found... I have a feeling this is an API endpoint. So... let's try GoBuster on it. It looks like... if this is an API endpoint, we don't need to search for extensions. And this is port 8086. Okay, we found status, we found query. We're using the big list. We've got a write endpoint. This is a very interesting box so far. Metrics. So metrics is a valid endpoint. So let's try metrics. Why does it say status 200? Oh, here we go. What is this? What is this? Information about the Go environment. Garbage collection. Lookups. Atlas. So we're talking about... are we talking about Go right now, or are we talking about C or some other low-level language? Stack allocator. Okay, I'm not... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what it thinks about this output over here. This is an interesting box. FluxDB is written in Go. Okay. This is from a web app called FluxDB. Please interpret output metrics and Joban SD says version 1x and 2x. Okay, so FluxDB application, runtime environment, and the host system. These metrics are typically used for monitoring, performance analysis, and debugging this production environment. Okay, so summarizes garbage collection events, threads, memory usage. Okay, garbage collection process, environment, Go info, metadata about the go time. This version here. Sites for monitoring. Okay, so is there other hosts information that is exposed? Thinking. Okay, so reveals some additional host information. Maximum number of open file descriptors is this. File descriptors, threads. Okay, well, I was hoping for something like I was hoping for something that could help us break into the system, but I guess not. Maybe this endpoint isn't the endpoint we want to look at. What else did we find? We haven't found anything else. So everything else is not really going anywhere, but we did get this metrics in. And maybe we can find some sort of exploit for FluxDB. So let's take a look. Eyes of network. This is not. It's still going. What do we have over here? So this is all going to. Oh, this is all redirecting to login.php. No good. Maybe we need to filter on status 302. Okay, I'm gonna restart the GoBuster and I'm gonna filter on 302. So GoBuster. How do we do GoBuster? But status. Okay, let's go to. Let's look for status. Status code. Code string. Status code's nihilist. Okay, so this would be -B. Right. B. Status code 2. What? Okay, so B2 04. Okay. Okay, this is better. We're not getting a bunch of 301. But all right, what else? What is happening on this port right here? 20 go. So many scans going on at the same time. Let's open up another tab. Cat. maybe it's not giving us anything. Okay, that's not going in. 23. One. Let's try HTML TXT back. We can afford to wait. I think it's okay. I'll just keep it like this. And there's a lot of stuff for us to investigate actually. So I'm not too worried if this GoBuster scan goes a So what else are we looking at? So we're doing a GoBuster scan on this and on this API endpoint over here. I need to what I need to do a little bit more research on this software. So influx, search exploit, flux. So nothing shows up here, but we can do like look for some exploits here. Let's change up the music. Let's play some FTL. Love that game. Actually, how about this? Nice and moody. Okay. Cool. Influx. FluxDB. Exploit. Okay, so no... Wait. What is this? Okay, so we've got this over here. InfluxDB exploit, CVE 2019 something something. Let's take a look. Before 17, okay. Authentication bypass vulnerability in the authenticate function. There's a JWT token. Instead of typing exploits, type CVEs. I'm not sure if this applies to this, it says before 1.7.6, but this is 1.7.6. We could try it. It doesn't hurt too much to try this to this Python script. Let's take a look. Okay, so what does this do? Let's take a close look. Beautiful sounds, although it's less important now. Yeah, this is another one of my another sci-fi game that I really like. This one was called Independence War 2. This is from the early 2000s, and it was one of my favorite like sci-fi shooter games, spaceship games way back in the day. Okay, so what does this do? Brute force users. So we can brute force usernames. What other functions do we have? Make query. Exploit. What does the exploit do? Check if a username is a valid file to start brute force. Okay, I might come back to this exploit later if we don't have anything better to do. But because there's a chance this might not work, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for right now. Might come back to it later. So this was... Still not sure what this thing is. Port 2003. Okay, so we got header, footer, login, images, log out, PHP. Should probably take a closer look at the web page. So it's eyes of network. And I already have too many tabs. Here. Okay. So username, but admin, password. Use the common word list. I want to check something quick if you don't mind. When you say common word list, which... So there's several... Okay, there's the API... There's the API endpoint. There's the API server. And then there's the eyes of network server. Which one? Read above the comment. Read above that comment. Go to server IP... Oh, 66. Right. Sorry. Yeah, we should try 66. Okay. (103) 66. This is another website. Okay. Man, there's so much stuff here. There is so much stuff in this challenge. Drifting Blues. Okay, yeah, we need to enumerate this. So first of all, I want to make sure. Oh, there are links, but I don't think these don't go anywhere. The website is not really a functional website. What is this? Sign in with the user. Signin.htm. Net ID is this thing. So we got I don't know how useful this is, but we got this URL parameter right here. But there's no actual sign in here. And it looks like every time we click it, it gives us a different net ID number. So don't go anywhere. Yeah, none of these links go anywhere. Okay, what we can do is... This is security.html. It's also an index.html, but they all go to the same place. Okay. What is going on with this challenge? It is way too complicated. Index files. There's an index files. Okay, we should definitely, yeah, some directory busting. But I do want to... This directory here. It's files. So this is listable. Okay, so we've got all these JS files. So this is the main.js file over here. It's very, very jumbled. You're not gonna find hidden files here. Oh, hey, I don't know. Okay. Alright, let's do the directory busting. So let's do GoBuster for directory busting. This is my connection breaking. Okay, so we did the we were only able to find the metrics endpoint on that API. Okay, let's just try doing dirt first. What? Why would it find bash history? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What? This doesn't feel okay. I was able to download this untitled bash history. Oh man, this is such a weird box. Okay, so let's copy that to this directory. Untitled bash history. Yeah, interesting box. Interesting box. Okay, so we've got a bunch of commands. We're looking for admin over here. Here. rwww. Nano, install nano, okay. MySQL, but we don't know. We know that the MySQL user is root, okay, but we don't know the password. We know that there's a db8.zip. They're running Joban SD says, you say that, but my first hack was an exposed .git folder just like that. I used to rebuild the source files and find the DB passwords. What's Eon? That's a good question. Is there an Eon directory? And which server has the Eon directory? So I'm gonna try locating this DB8 directory over here. Okay, so maybe unable to connect. Unable to connect. How about if we connect to Eyes of Network? Nope, not that either. There is a chmod on that Eon. Okay. Sinbleed asks, do you think DNS C2 and tunnel is more deadly than other C2? DNS is the best protocol to exploit for C2 for larger companies of data in enterprise. I think if you're able to get your C2 to operate over DNS, that's probably a good thing, because DNS traffic is running all over the place, and it's usually not something that people are looking at very, very closely. But I think there are DNS is a pretty common method for C2 exfiltration or like communication. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we've got, what else do we have here? eb7i.htm. We need to figure out where this server is on port 81. We don't know. Got an upit.sh. There's so much stuff here. Simply says, I feel people present dot in netdev dot is garbage. It's much bad design for organization to put DNS data in TLS for providing attacker a backdoor to steal. I'm not sure. I'm not a developer, so I don't have much of an opinion on .NET development. Anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so let's watch some birds. We'll be back in about a minute. I'm gonna have a little drink. Just a second. Okay, back in about 5 seconds. Let's put the birds away and let's continue. So we need to figure out what this is on port 81. Could this have been changed to another port? Maybe it's not port 81 right now. Maybe it's something else right now. We should probably try this endpoint over here. DB7. Okay. That zip file. There is a zip file. Where is it? db8.zip. There was db8.zip and db7i.htm. We need to figure out where this endpoint is, where this server is. So there's no. It's not on. I don't think it's on ISO network. On this end, server. Not found. Okay. It's not on here. How about this one? Let's see. We've got Bulikonda Balu says, "Hey, today I'm having a TCS HackQuest CTF competition. Could you please help me?" I'm not allowed to help people do CTFs that are still running because that's cheating. I could provide hints if you tell me like some general details about the challenge. But I can't take a look at your CTF and solve your CTF challenges for you. Sorry about that. Okay, so what other ports were open? Port 8086. That's the influx database. This is MySQL. This is 2303. Not sure what this is. It's not HTTP. Is it? I don't know. Eyes of Network is on. Yeah. Port 111 is running RPC bind. Port 80 is redirecting to the Eyes of Network site. So it's probably not that. Port 66, right? This is the HTTP simple server. All those require credentials, so first step is to find the credentials. Is the first step to find the credentials? Eyes of Network over here. The name. If we could try to break into this, but we don't have any idea what the username might be. Good guess might be admin. Password. We could try brute forcing this. It's login page. But what other pages did we find for this? We found login header, logout, images. Oh, so these actually went through. It's JS. Everything else starts to error out. Okay, so what else did we find in that? What else did we find in that derb? Down txt. Okay. Where did I run derb? Hash rc history index.htm. Index files. What's this bash rc? I forget. This is a configuration file, but I don't remember exactly. Access. Untitled bash rc. Let's try. What's in there? Kernel config. Well, there might be some stuff in there. Let's copy it up. Okay. This doesn't help too much. Let's see. Ayanashi says check the bash history. Okay. GZ Main says sup man. Hello, GZ Main. Nice to see you here. We haven't done a redeem in a while. Let's do a hack the planet just to remind ourselves what we need to do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
So untitled bash history. What we need to do is we need to figure out where we can access these files over here. GZ Main. GZ Main? Thank you very much. Can you curl that Eon file? So, it's the Eon file? Eon. Oh, okay, okay. Eon. So we can look for this in... Probably going to be... What's this? Okay, it's not... That redirects to HTTPS. This also redirects to HTTPS. Let's try port 66. Oh, it did. Okay. So, port 66. What is this file? Okay, let's investigate the file. Right. So, let's copy it over. ASCII text. Okay. So, let's take a look at... Oh boy, it looks like base 64. Actually, wait, just cap that and then base 64 code. Reds.txt. Oh, this could be a hash, right? This could be a hash. Gonna lurk, one of my PIs off. Hash good, yeah. What do you think the hashing method could be? Let's try asking the bot. What hashing could this be using? Base 64 to file. Use a decoder base 64. This looks like zip file structure, which includes metadata about its... Okay. Which includes metadata about its contents, the line referencing creds.txt and the pk magic bytes. This and ASCII are consistent with the zip file format. So run a tool like zipinfo or 7z on the file. Confirm the hashing method used, consider these steps. Inspect the zip header. Look for a convert online. So it'd be convert BLT trades. ChatGPT dumb? Okay, sure. Use base 64. Look for a convert online. Right. Well, we could always use CyberChef, right? CyberChef? Thinking. Okay. So is this, and let's just do magic and see if it comes up with anything super interesting. Result snippet. What is this? This is a file. Oh, this is a... Is this a file? Is this a zip file? If this is a... Wait. I think this might be a zip file. Right. This is... We can turn this back into a zip file. Let's, So first of all, let's take a look at the, untitled bash history. And it shows us what it was doing to this Eon file, right? So first it downloaded it. Then it made it executable. And then Eon API, create Eon user. Okay, okay. So if this is actually a zip file that has been turned into base64, then this is what we do. We do cat eon base64 decode, and then output that into eon.zip, like this. And then we try to unzip it. Okay, we need a password. Okay, so we can try to crack this. We can crack this using John the Ripper, right? If we can just crack it using something from the rocku.txt list, that's fine. We do zip to John on .zip on .hash. And now that we have .hash, we can feed this to John the Ripper. We feed this to John the Ripper. We give it .hash, and okay, it got it cracked the password. So eon.zip, unzip that with the killer password at creds.txt. Admin, it's real 31 something something. So is this for the web app or is this for SSH? It seems like this would be for the web app, right? To go to the web app. Okay, we're in the web app. Web app creds, yeah. So what does this thing do? And now that we're inside the app, can we upload anything? Is there hidden credentials in here? Is this a commercial piece? Is this a commercial piece of software? Eyes of Network 5.3. Let's search exploit this. Okay, so we have remote code execution, file upload, code execution, LFI. Oh, we're not doing privilege escalation yet. We don't have initial access yet. So RCE and privesc. Well, let's try remote code execution first. This one has a shell script. Let's try this one. Okay, so first of all, let's do search exploit and download this exploit script. Okay, we've downloaded it. To rename this thing. This into rce.sh. So what is this thing? File upload remote code execution. May have to change this string if you're not admin. If you're... Wait, what? Find this in the programs. If you're not the admin, we need to change this, but we do have... This is authenticated arbitrary file upload. Okay. Alright, so what do we need to provide? Let's see... After escalation, hey man, it was a great stream. I'm gonna head out. I'm to see you stream again. Thank you very much for chatting with us, Joban SD. And yeah, hope you had fun, and we'll see you next time. Let's give you a hack the planet just on your way out. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you next time. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
BL Trade says should have used the last RCE. Why do you think we should have used the last RCE? Victor CD. Okay. No file to upload. We have no file to upload. I think... Session ID required. Sending request. Okay, so what do we need to provide? Do we need to provide a bunch of variables with this script? We have no file to upload unless we make one. Most of these exploit scripts that do file upload will create a file as part of the execution. But of course, that's not always the case. Okay, so beyond IP, hacker IP, port, username, password. So we need to find these, right? Oh, okay. Oh, we need these. This is user input, right? So let's get out of here. Let's try running the script. Okay, and then let's run the script. Eyes of network IP. So the eyes of network IP is this. Hacker IP used to start the listener. Okay, so okay. I need to. So we need to get our own IP address. Let me get my IP address. My IP address is... Okay, this is my hacker port used to start the listener. Let's do port 3. Default equals admin. This is the admin. Password. What's that password? Let me get the password again. It's the password. Session ID required. Getting session ID required. When the reverse shell is established, you can prevest with this. So looks like it looks like it didn't work. Okay, what was the other exploit script? Maybe we should take a look at that. So the other exploit script, let's take a look. Search Explorer. Is it Eyes of Network? That version. It's 5.3. Okay, so BL Trades suggests that we should take a look at this last one over here. Oh, code execution. So take a look at it. this is a Python script? This is a text file. This is a Python script. Okay. Why does it say it's a text file if this is actually a Python script? It's weird. Okay, so this is a Python 3 script. So let's rename this rce.py. Okay, so we just need beautiful soup, and we need sys request JSON OS arc parse socket. I think these are all standard libraries, so it's not that big a deal. This is great. So we need to do RCE IP address the user. The IP address the user. Don't need a port. Okay, let's grab this example here. Python. Let's see, rce.py. This stuff over here. So it's called eyesofnetwork.com. IP address. It's going to be admin. Do we really not have to provide the password? Okay, let's take a look at that example again. User. You need to password of the user. Name of the new user to create. How do we provide password? Okay, well let's try this first. Okay. Error occurred. File. Let's feed this into ChatGPT. Okay, so we've got user password. Okay, well, you're right. We should just try the easy thing. Password over here. Here. This doesn't work. Yeah. API page found. Admin obtain. Error third one. API. Anyways, let's try stuff. Quotes on the password. Do you think we should not have quotes on the password? I mean, usually quotes on the password help, but let's try it without the quotes in the password. Yeah. Okay. have exploit scripts, but hide admin password. Okay, so it says that we don't need admin credentials for the app when using this exploit script. Once the admin API key is retrieved, the script creates in a new administrator account using the API. This step does not rely on pre-existing API key to gain administrator access. So it says that it doesn't need it. You know, another thing we could do is we could just go to the application here. We're in the application. We could see if we could upload something ourselves. Because this... I'm pretty sure this server runs PHP, right? So... capacity, dashboard... configuration, application. And what the password is. Applications view. I'm not sure what the right way is. Above that comment. Which comment? Quotes on the password. So ChatGPT said that this script doesn't actually it doesn't use the admin's credentials. There's the other exploit script as well. RCE.sh. IP address. Our IP address. For a port, username, admin, password. Session ID. But it didn't wait for me to put in the session ID here. Above that comment, this one, and you see this one. I can see your comments, BL Trades. Or could you repeat the message one more time? If you're talking about running the Python script like this, it doesn't work. If you put the quotes around the password, or if you don't put the quotes around the password, then it's the same. So this is looking for a session ID. What is my session ID? So in here, let me take a look at my you didn't specify the, well, you don't have to specify a port. It's port for your listener. So the Python script doesn't ask you to session ID. Got a session ID here. Are you talking about the Python script or the bash or the shell script? Python script doesn't ask you. It doesn't require you to specify an IP address or a script for the attacker. Let me show you. So this is how. So in the banner here, this is how you use it, right? So you need to provide the URL, the IP address. Wait. When it's talking about the IP address, is it talking about my IP address? Oh man. Okay. Let me. Okay. That had me confused. So Python RCE HTTPS. What was that? HTTPS network.com IP. I thought this was my IP. Anyways, it's IP. What? My IP is this. Let's say we're using this. An error occurred while querying the API. So I'm pretty sure you don't need to supply the username and password. It says that it gets the user admin key and then it starts doing stuff. So the user I don't think this is the way you use the script, but so it says an error while querying the API. Missing JSON response are unexpected. It says session ID required. Maybe I can try putting in the session ID. Here's the session ID here. Let's try running that. Okay, eyes of network IP. Actually, you know what? Let's just hard code it. So hacker IP, right? So let's do hacker IP. Oh, hacker IP. This is hacker IP? Okay, no, this is to start the list. Right. 0287. Hacker port. This is going to be. Call it. Right. So the username is going to be admin. Password. Whatever that password was. What was it? Okay. Getting the session ID. Session ID acquired. Maybe I can just be on IP. Is it 103 or 102? 103. Okay. Session ID. So let's save this out. Try running it. Say here. Port not found. Port not found. Username not found. Password not found. So did I? Do I need to? I need a refresher. Fine. Variables. Bash script. Declare a variable and assign it a value. Okay. So, I mean, those variables should be because there's space. Okay, let's try that again. Banner. Start listen payment. Hash. Post your agent. What happened with that script? It's not sh gnome terminal not found. So there's a problem that happened here because string. Okay. So it's rec.sa. There's an unterminated string. Where is the string? This portion of the script, okay. Outer double quoted string that begins with echo. Echo, okay. Ah. Close the outer quote properly at the end of the here. That's how the outer double starts after echo. It properly ends double greater than sign. Okay, let me see if I can. So we're oh, well this looks like it's properly quoted. And I don't see the difference between this one and it showed me in ChatGPT. Starts after echo. Wait, I don't see the difference between. Talking about. Okay. Did I modify this? I did. Okay, let's make a stop. This and make it one long. so rec.sh is the. This is a really long string. Let's try. Oh, there is something wrong with this quote. Can't identify where the other quote is supposed to go. Okay, let's try this. It still says that there's an unterminated quote string in here. Five, right? No. What was... 5.3. Okay, so there's local file inclusion, remote code execution, file upload, code execution, RCE, and Pentest. This is probably another Python script. Try copying it. Not having so much success with the other exploit scripts. Okay. ASCII text. Okay, so this isn't necessarily... Music is so loud. Let me turn down the music then. Actually, it's about time we switched up the music. Let me change. Let's just use some good old FTL. And welcome to the stream, Tommy, nice to see you here. Meow meow. Meow meow, nice to see you here, Ayanashi. You as well. Okay, so what does it say? Initial RCE, right? Target input is not controlled. It's possible to put any commands after, and RCE is possible. What? Simple netcat command like this. Oh. Auto discovery. Lilac autodiscovery.php. Does this endpoint exist? You're always here. That's very comforting. Thank you. Autodiscovery.php. Alright, let's see if it exists. ISNetwork.com. Okay. Oh, alright. So, what does it say here? Target input is not controlled. It's possible to put any commands after the AND. So, where's the AND? Are we talking about... This uses nmap. Okay. Why are we talking about... The target input is not controlled. Where do we put this? So this is the auto discovery endpoint. They said that this page is vulnerable. So we need to target. So this is the target, right? The exploit says that the target input is not controlled. It's possible to put any commands after in something. Okay, well, let's try... Provide an IP address or range of IP addresses in nmap accepted style. So nmap, I don't know, let's do our attacker, right? Then like this. Just like that. Set up our netcat listener. We have one set up. Let's netcat listener here. Okay, so a cat listener here. Let's make this a bash one. Okay. At target, begin auto discovery job. Job name test. Test. Oh, we add the target again. I'm getting a bit tired. Hopefully I'm able to pay attention long enough to finish off this thing. Default template, no templates match. Let's do Linux. Job name must be provided. Okay, we've got all this stuff here. Great. Add this target. Begin auto discovery job. Okay, now let's take a look at our reverse shell. We've got, okay, we're in.
Hey there, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out every time we break into a server, and we broke into this one. Well, Mr. Driftingblues7, you thought it would be really clever to use an application that uses nmap and then doesn't sanitize its inputs? Well, that was a big mistake. We were able to find an exploit script for this particular version. Well, it wasn't really an exploit script, it was more like an exploit explanation. But anyways, we were able to break into your server because you didn't use a secure software version. Maybe you knew about this about the security vulnerabilities, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in. We're the Apache user, and so the exploit actually told us about how to do privilege escalation. So the initial RCE is like this, and then the privesc is the Eyes of Network Apache user can run nmap with pseudo privileges and no password attribute. So it's possible to become the user using a classic privesc method. So this is creating an nmap script, which gives us a shell, and then we execute nmap with that script, and it executes this script here, which makes us the root user, right? Okay, so this here. Let's move into temp directory. Okay, and then there's the nmap script in here. I don't know if we need to make it executable or not. Let's make it executable. Okay. So the last thing we need to do is to... Oh, this is such chill music. Run nmap with sudo. We're now root. Okay. That took a long time. That took a long time, but we actually, that was a pretty fun box, I think. There was a lot of stuff to look at, and there were a lot of rabbit holes, but in the end we were able to identify the way to exploit the system. But with that said, we can redeem this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so I am curious about a few different things. First of all, actually, we need to upgrade our shell, which Python is running on the system. Okay. Python. Okay, so this is Drifting Blues, great.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Thank you very much for redeeming the I'm Root redeem, Burke. Thank you, and yeah, welcome to the stream. Anyways, let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about the Nyan Cat? Okay, so I'm curious about what's in this directory here. Oh, there's nothing in the directory here. Or does that mean where was all of this stuff being hosted? Is it in the Apache user? Cacti, Eyes of Network. Cacti? Where is the website? Where's the website being hosted? Eyes of Network. Oh, okay, so EON stands for Eyes of Network. This is... CD. Okay, so this was the website running on port 66. Yeah, this is the... And this is where we got the bash history from. It's very... This box was very interesting. I haven't been able to get like a bash history from like from a website in a really long time. I can't remember the last time it happened. But where are the other which directory are the other web servers being hosted at? Because there were at least no flags. No. I mean we have access to all the flags right here. There's .txt, user.txt. I'll submit those after the stream is over, because I don't feel good exposing flags to these boxes on live stream. But you know what? I'll just prove that I can read them. So cat.txt to iReadRoot.txt and md5 sum .txt iRead.txt. Yeah, so I can read this thing. And same thing with the user.txt. What else is being run on this box? There's an nmap on. Yeah, there are so many rabbit holes. Let's take a look at what's being stat. So they're running localhost. .867. Yeah, there's just so many ports being run that there are so many services exposed on this box. Okay. I think we've got a little bit of time left before I have to go. So let's try something different. Try something different. We've got all of these challenges over at EchoCTF Red. So EchoCTF Red is another great CTF website. If anybody doesn't know, this is the URL. And let's see. Let's try some more stuff on the CTF Beginners Network. So even though they call this the CTF Beginners Network, there's a lot of challenges on here that I can't do. As soon as we get past the super easy difficulty, then I start having troubles with the challenges. We're able to complete a few, but let's see if we can solve some more of these challenges today in the little time I have left. Nets are baiter. Light switch. Let's try this one. Oh, this system utilizes the same technique as famous web-based cryptocurrency miners. Be patient and pay close attention to your brains. So this has to do with cryptocurrency hacking. So I actually don't know very much about cryptocurrency hacking. I think I'll skip this one. Try another. We took a look at this turbine challenge for time. Let's try the light switch one. Okay. The EchoCTF switch controls the lighting, however, not make the switch stay in one position. Can you guess the proper combination of username and time to make the switch stick to one position? Okay. So let's try this challenge. Everybody, this is another one of these websites where you need to be connected via VPN in order to access the challenges. And I'm not sure if I have the VPN key right here. So I think I'll download the key. EchoCTF OB. Right. Okay, let me get out of here. And let's start up the again. We have to do that with sudo. Called, yeah, this one. Okay, so I think what we want to do for this challenge, because it's a web challenge, we're going to start up Burp Suite, and we're going to start. We're going to try using Burp Suite to challenge. So we got Burp Suite. Let's start up the Burp Suite browser. Okay. So the light switch website is here. That link. Okay. So all we have, what can we, there's an on switch and an off switch. Off, incorrect time, current, free, incorrect username, invalid, free. So what is on? Let's take a look at what is. So this is a post request to lightswitch.php. Username invalid, time 0, state C state. So you know how to view source ETF placeholder. I guess we that's where you'd get one of the flags, right? So can we submit this flag? I don't think so. There's only one flag on this thing. 0 flags found, 1 service discovered. 10 points. Can you guess the proper combination of username and time to make the switch stick to 1? Username invalid. So we need a username. We need a proper username and a proper time to make the switch stick to 1. So what do we need to do? Do we need to do forcing? What else could we do? So it's lightswitch.php. Is this lightswitch.php? Oh, this is not lightswitch.php. It's a separate. Okay, let's see if we can. So lightswitch.php, maybe we could try index.php. Index.php. No, this is not index.php. This is index.html. Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is index.html. Let's take a look at Burp Suite. So over in Burp Suite, take a look at HTTP history. Thank you very much for rating Fixit42. Fixit42 Unwindin'. Fixit42 Unwindin', is that Fixit42's Is that Fixit42's alternate channel, or I'm gonna guess that that's what it is. Thank you very much, Fixit42, for the raid. Gaming and stuff. Okay, okay, awesome. So we're just taking a look at one of the challenges from, what is it called? Echo CTF Red. If you don't know what Echo CTF Red is, it's a great little CTF education website. Well, it's a challenge website. It's not so much an education website, but you do a lot of educating here as well. Okay, let's take a look. So, can you guess the proper combination of username and time to make the switch stick to one position? So, light switch. Username invalid, time 0, state on. Incorrect time, current 3. Incorrect username, invalid. So the username is invalid. Almost 5 p.m., 5 a.m., so I'm falling asleep. Have a great stream. Have a great stream, Fixit42. Sorry, have a good night, Fixit42. Let's give you a hack the planet to send you off to bed.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the
Okay, so username is invalid. Incorrect time. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to fuzz this. We need to fuzz this until it doesn't say incorrect time, right? So all we need to get the time is to fuzz this with FFUF, right? So we can go into the request here and copy to file. We're going to call this request.txt. Wait, let me save that again. To copy to file. Yeah, this is temp. Okay. Okay. And then request.txt has all this information in it. Okay. And we're going to do FFUF. And inside request.txt, we need to edit this request.txt. So username equals invalid and time equals fuzz. After that, we need to create, how do we do bash, using bash, create list of numbers. Let's just say 1 to 1,000. And output new file. Okay, sequence command. So 1000 numbers.txt. Right. Very good. Okay, let's make that file. Okay. So now that we have this file, we can use it as the discovery. T. Okay, so we need to, I think we need to filter on size 58. So filter on size 58. Oh, that's weird. How about filter on words? 6. 6. time is fun. Should have been able to do it. Yeah. So incorrect time, correct time, correct username. So should have been able to fuzz this. It's always going to come back code 200. At some point, it should say correct time. If it says correct time, then the content length should be 56. So either 03. Oh, 03? Let me send this to the computer. Yeah, okay. So what if I send 1? What do you mean current? What do you mean current 3? Why would it be current 3 if I sent you time 1? Wait, what? Incorrect you. Valid 3. Why does it say 3 all the time? Sending original. Zero 3 state on. Send state off. Much of a difference. Let's see. How about admin? Wait, is admin the correct name? How about name test? Incorrect username. Okay. So, username is admin. So that means you send username admin and then fuzz, and you might be able to find it, right? How about we... So the name is going to be admin. The filter size 26. Okay, so it looks like the proper combination is admin and, which makes me kind of mad because it says 3 over here. Oh, we did it. If it's dumb but it works, it's not dumb. Okay, let's copy this flag and let's submit this flag. Jeez. All right. Here. Okay, let's submit this flag. Where do we submit it? Up here. Submit it here. Done. Turn them lights on and off again on light switch claim for 290 points. Great, 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 great. 290 points. I lost 10 points for some reason. Alright. Let's try another challenge. We don't have very much time, but let's see how far we can get. Okay. CTF beginners. So that was actually not too bad. So the light switch challenge. That was that. Hi Scammer, we did this. Redirectorate. I think we can do this one. This one's all about redirection. So it says, welcome to the redirectorate of Nginx. They're always happy to redirect you. This is similar to redirector challenge, but with a twist. Many applications and tools will stop following requests after a specific number, depending on the tool you're using. This could be somewhere between 30 and 50. You have to follow all the redirects, pay attention to the redirected URLs, and you will get the complete flag, which is at least 126 characters long. So it sounds like this challenge really wants me to do some Python scripting. Okay. So how about we start a Python script? Let's start the challenge. Actually, do we need to use a Python script, or can we use a shell script? A shell script might be faster. Actually, no. Maybe we should use Burp Suite. Yeah, maybe we should use Burp Suite. Okay, let's go. Page isn't working. It redirected you times. Tried deleting you. Too many redirects. So can we change the maximum number of redirects? It says, I hope you were keeping notes. Okay, so inside of Burp Suite, we can go to the proxy HTTP history. It says, get the parts of the URLs and concat them to find the flag. This flag starts after the part. Get ready for the countdown. And it goes on a long time. So how do we get this to follow all the redirects? Okay, I should ask in Firefox. Increase direct in what is this software again? It's Chromium browser. Google Chrome has a redirect limit of 20, which cannot be changed. So Google Chrome has a redirect maximum. How about we do it with Perl? To use Perl to access a page with many redirects. So everybody, we've got ads coming up in just about a minute or so, but I'm just gonna be working a little bit while the ads are running. You're not gonna be missing very much, so we're just gonna work through this break. I might take a moment or two to have a sip of water, but that's about it. How can we do this and record the Okay, so -L and -W. So L tells curl to follow redirects. S is silent mode to suppress progress output. O dev null discards the response body to avoid cluttering your terminal. So it's the last effective URL after each redirect. After is the headers. Standard out. Redirects.log saves the captured redirect endpoints in headers file redirects.log while saving them, while also displaying them. If you want, well, I don't want reverse results. copy this. Let's try giving this command. Okay, the URL is, get the URL. Here. Mohammed Hamad says, Wowzers. Wowzers to Mohammed Mahad. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Just doing some CTF challenges. And why don't you have one of these? Hack the planet, my friend.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're going to run this curl command here. We're trying to record all the endpoints from the redirects, and let's see if it works. Syntax. Why do we have this random dash? Seems off. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mohammed Hamad, are you interested in cybersecurity? Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you interested in hacking? Other stuff like that? No URL. Wait, what do you mean no URL? No, I'm a complete random. I was just practicing some Python. Oh, okay. Python. Yeah, no, we definitely use Python here. If you're interested, actually, wait, where are you in your Python journey? Have you do you know a lot about Python, or are you just starting? Let me know you are in your Python journey. Okay, so we're probably looking at the redirects.log. So let's read that file. Started. I've got a good resource for you. What to look at. So, as HackerFrogs, we have our own Reddit page, our HackerFrogs. And got some Python resources in here. Let me get that post. Python programming. Here we go. So yeah, we got a little thread over here talking about free Python resources. And so what I really would recommend is this one right here. So Python Essentials 1 from Skills for All. This is a course that's sponsored by Cisco, the big networking company. It's pretty good. I've done Python Essentials Part 1, and it's very, very thorough, but it is very time consuming. This only recorded the last one. That's no good. God damn it, ChatGPT, you piece of junk. Full headers for each one, for each step in the redirect chain. Okay, yeah, maybe this is exactly what I want. Okay, so what is it? It's a 10.0.1.777. Okay, so it's did this redirects log. It didn't record it. It didn't record it. Detailed redirects. Okay, that's different. Okay, so you only want an example. The output. Only want string after slash header. After the port number. Actually, yeah. So we only want to get the string after this thing, and okay, so you can use grep and awk. So you can grep for what? This thing. Okay. Try it again. It's working. Ah, okay. Whoa, this looks weird. Oh, and let me tail redirects. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So all we need to do is redirect this into something. Let's call it x.txt, right? And then we just need to put it back together again with nano txt. Okay, so we can get rid of, I mean, it also has all of these bits. So we can just get rid of the duplicates. It's a lot of duplicates. It's actually not that bad. Okay. So we can get rid of all this with the beginning. This is a bit tedious. You know what? What I would want to do is I'd want to go in and create a script that automates all this stuff. But just for this first solve, I think I'll do it manually because it's not that big of an ask. Okay. So let's create the flag. This is a really stretching, redirects to the lame hunting. We are what? We are the 128 character limit. Okay. All right. Well, let's copy this flag, and maybe we can terminal here. Let's get cut off. Anyways, let's save this. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this is the correct thing to submit. CTF. Directorate. Flag. Does not exist. Wait. Did I not record everything? I don't think I recorded everything. Oh, that's annoying. It's really... Oh, you know why? Anyway, let's... Thank you very much for following on Twitch, ChaosD2. You're now HackerFrog. Thank you very much. Character... Wait, what was the last redirect? Okay, I have to ask. Is there a redirect curl? Curl has a default redirect limit, event infinite loops. The limit is 50. Oh, okay. How to adjust the redirect limit? Maximum redirects 100. Okay, let's. It looks like it redirect limit. Let's just make this. Okay. Just the redirect limit, please. And then yeah. Okay. now what we need to do is we need to get rid of all of the lines that have a single quote. So how do we delete all lines in a file? A single. Okay, said blah 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 file name. Okay. All right, let's assemble the flag. TF, this is a really stretching. He redirects to the what? That word. Our the 100. What is it? Okay, let's save that. Cat redirects txt. Okay, this should be the flag. Let's submit this. Echo CTF, I have a flag for you. Here you go. Bam, done it. Okay, great. Well, we set off to we did what we set to do. Great. Thank you very much for everybody for watching today. Let's go ahead and see if we can locate some quality InfoSec streamers over at infosecstreamers.com. I am the only person streaming on InfoSec Stream. Okay, let's take a look and see if anybody else is on Twitch. So this is Friday. Hey, we made it to the weekend, everybody. TGIF, and let's we're gonna be taking the weekend off, and we're gonna be back on Monday, where we're doing more hacking demonstrations, more Windows hacking, more Linux hacking, more demonstrations. It's gonna be a good time. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. Science Channel, our stalwart favorites. They do science content on Twitch, and over here. Okay, everybody. We're going to be raiding into their channel in just a bit, but before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so when you arrive on the Science Channel, please leave a raid message like this: hip hop hack frog, like this. All right, let's start the raid. And we'll see you next time, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all of our good friends like Mohammed Hamad. And who else do we have? We have our Fixit42. We have BL Trades. We have Burke. We have Ayanashi. We have Tommy C06. We've got all sorts of great people. But we'll see you next time, everybody. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you back on Monday.